Hello again, everyone. Michael here with Felicity. Well, I guess I can't even say that anymore. Um, she is slewing about in multiple pieces. However, we are broadcasting from her new hangar location here. And kind of changing things up from our usual channel lineup. I'm actually going to take you through the process of rebuilding her step by step as much as I can. So welcome and thank you for coming in. Again, my name is Michael, and this is going to be fun, I hope. So, the quick backstory was she was located in a different room, and I needed to open that bedroom up because the kids were getting older. So I built this new hangar for her. It is a cordoned off section in my garage area, but it is attached to the house, which makes it nice. So walk in and walk out. But in order to move Felicity, I did have to completely disassemble her, which was a bit disheartening, even though I was well aware that it needed to be done. Hopefully the stream quality is sufficient. I did figure out how to actually use the 1080 setting on my old web camera here. So hopefully the image quality is a bit more clear as well, as we're doing pre-flight and things like that. So, let's just go ahead and get right started. I don't really have much of a plan. I don't have any of this drawn out. All I have are measurements. And I took these measurements off of the 172 that I fly. So they're about as accurate as I could get because I was there taking the measurements. So that's my new plan, is to rebuild her to a lot more closer specifications. Let's get started. You'll see behind me is the 75-inch 4K display. That is her primary front display, and that is what provides me with so much real estate, looking out my front window, because my front window is a lot smaller than that display. So WestJet, hello my friend, welcome on in. Since my front window is so much smaller than that front display, that's what provides me that peripheral vision left and right, and if I see traffic above me. So that 75-inch display right now is just mounted on a homemade stand that I built several years ago to accommodate what I needed it to do. I've since ordered a brand new actual metal fancy TV cart for this 75-inch TV. And the reason I did that is this new mount is going to allow me to raise and lower the display where I need it to be, as well as articulate it 15 degrees front back if I find myself in a position to where I need to do that. Because since I don't have a plan, I wanted some more flexibility as to where we can put our front display in relationship to the physical cockpit that we're going to be building. So tonight's plan is to build the new TV stand, and we're going to get this TV moved over to the new TV stand, disassemble this wooden one, and we're going to repurpose some of this lumber as the new subfloor for Felicity. I do know, based on the measurements that I took, I want my subfloor to be 4 feet wide by 5 feet long, which is slightly larger than the body of the aircraft we're going to be building. So picture when you open the doors of the aircraft, there's going to be maybe a 4 or 5 inch ledge before the actual floor. And the whole reason that I wanted to do a subfloor based on my experience with the fixed base unit in the other room is I found myself needing to run a lot of cables through the cabin. and a lot of times they were run along the inside of the door, just kind of right along, they're kind of out of sight, but they were inside of the cabin. By using a subfloor in this method, I'll be able to run those cables, underneath if need be, drill a hole directly into, run them underneath, and then that keeps them out of the physical cabin. We're also going to make it mobile to an extent. And the reason is, and I knew this going into this whole project when I was designing this new room, my attic access is right there, which is where Felicity is essentially going to be placed. So with her sitting there as a fixed base unit, there's simply no way I would be able to gain access into the attic space there. So we're going to put her on casters. That's the plan. And with these casters, we'll be able to slide her, out enough away from, that area to get those attic steps down. So the simulator will be on casters, and this TV display is also on casters. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get this new TV display built. I've got it over here. I'm just going to drag this box over. This is a, let's just call it an Amazon special TV cart that was marketed to hold a 75-inch TV, adjustable on wheels. I was trying to figure out how to make that adjustment, so I promise I'm going to keep this as clean as humanly possible. I tried to look for that setting, but that's all right. We'll do our best here. But we've got this Amazon TV cart that we're going to get set up, and I might take a brief intermission while I get the more camera shy person to give me a hand swapping the monitor display over to this new stand, and then we'll get started disassembling the previous wooden TV stand to repurpose that lumber. So without further ado, I've got my box cutter here. And we're just going to open this thing up, and it looks like it's one of those whole top comes off the bottom type deal, so we're going to slice it all the way around here. Always cut away from you and don't do what I just did just there. I hope I don't need them. Okay. We have something that looks like this. We have a pole, telescoping pole with a locking pin. Okay, and there's a twisty thingy. Brian, hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. This is going to be a several series project. Yeah, this is definitely part one. Pleasure to see you, my friend. Hope your weather up there in Canada is holding out. We have a similar, identical telescoping pole with a locking pin. This is probably the front tray that it comes with that I don't plan on using. Okay. It comes with this nice glass shelf that kind of can go below it, which we're not going to be using for this application. And part, of course, I can never get the things back in the box the way that they come out. Hopefully everyone can hear me alright. I might have to drag the microphone a little bit closer. Getting warmer next week? Well, that's good. TV cart instruction manual. TV plate maximum weight capacity 99 pounds. We're well within that. I mean, I'd be lying if I said that TV weighed more than 40 pounds. You'd be surprised how ridiculously light televisions have come. And of course, my son's not here when I need him. He loves putting the IKEA stuff together. Alright. Okay. Sorts of stuff there. Alright, we have a leg, some of sorts. No, this has got to be a floor thing. It's already got a caster on it. It must be a floor piece. Okay. And here we got another floor piece. And what's in this box here? Everything else. Brackets of sorts. 2 additional casters. This will be a TV that bolts to a bracket that bolts to the back of the monitor along with this one. Why they use 2 different color bags, beyond me, don't know. Must have been a Friday. The furnace is going out there in the garage, so hopefully that noise isn't too detracting. I see, it's one of those bag A, bag B, bag 3. Shouldn't be too difficult. And that's hardware for mounting to the back of the monitor. So that's good to put over there. Keep the monitor mounting stuff there. This is going to go onto the poles there. Alright. Steps 1 to 2. Secure the knobs Z and H to the brackets. Let's see. I think they already did that one. Secure the knobs Z and H. What is knob Z and H? Okay. Z and H. Oh, okay. The yellow one seems important. Yeah. Okay, I see. So they're nice and they put this regular nut on this bolt that's pre-assembled. They want you to take the regular nut off and put this hand knob on here. Okay, so that's to essentially tighten up your pivot point. So that's what that's going to do. And we'll do the same thing over here. Which, if the next step is to attach these to the back of the display, we're going to skip over that and do that last. Yeah, and that's going to be the next step. Okay. We don't have any weird humps on the back. It's completely flat. Option A. Okay, so when we go to mount it, it wants the individual holes towards the top and I guess the elongated slots at the bottom. At least according to this picture. Okay, skip over that. Let's get to the actual stand building part. Alright, here we go. Assemble the base. Slide the tube and pole connector 03 onto the square tubes. Okay, front, back. Okay. Oops. Big holes, little holes. Big holes are going to be up. And these legs appear to be, these base legs appear to be symmetrical. So I don't think there's necessarily going to be a right and a left. And I don't think there's necessarily a front and a back, as opposed to just an up and a down. Or a top and bottom. So there are holes that line up on both of these. It's just slide it in like that, I guess. And I'm just gonna set this down right here. Okay. Okay. Secure the base using bolts and washers Z to A and the provided Allen key. Attach casters to the square tubes using the provided wrench. Okay. ZA. Oh. Z is the bolt. A is the washer. It's not ZA. It's Z and A. Alright, where's the other alphabet? Z. I'm having a difficult time locating bolt Z. Let's see, using bolts and washers. Z, A. Z is 6mm bolt by 12. So it's a short one. Small short one. B1, A1, Z, A times 4. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Probably gonna be one of those silly cases where it's a misprint. Alright, let's move on. We'll put these casters on and find out what's left. And these casters are just gonna screw into. There's two nuts. Well, I guess there's a free spinning nut on the caster. I'm assuming that's a leveling nut. So right now, I just got them all run in. Okay. There's that. Alright. Still looking for. You know what? I'm just going to take the short black ones out of the bag that's labeled A1 because there's not an A1 anywhere on these instructions. However, I do know what a 6 by 12 millimeter bolt looks like. So we're going to grab these 4 bolts and these 4 washers out of A1. And we're going to hope that these bolts thread into these pre-drilled holes right here in this base. How about that? I do have a couple questions. How is the stream quality? Anything dropping out? Also picture quality with the new 1080 that I figured out, hopefully. And how's the audio? Can everyone hear me all right? Alright, M. Stein, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, and it said to use wrench ZI, which I'll just take as I1. And it fits. It is not a security bit, it is just a regular standard Allen. So it does not have the little point that comes up in the middle. Alright, there we go. Bear with me just a second. Okay. All is well. Okay. Frame thing complete. Adjust, let's see, secure pole assembly to base. Adjust the height of the pole assembly, loosen the knobs and stretch the upper poles from the lower poles. Okay. Adjust them to our desired height, and believe it or not, the height should be the same. Okay. So we're going to take this top part out. Nope, we're not. We're going to shove it all the way down in to save some space. The top part of the tube does not come out of the bottom part of the tube. And it says to use, remember we're replacing the letter Z with the letter, or with the number 1. So we need C1, B1, and J1. C1 and B1 we need a quantity of 2, and J1 is the tool. So B1, they only give you 2, which is what we were expecting. And C1, they only give us 2. Look at that, another free Allen wrench. I thought about melting all of my free Allen wrenches down and making something. Just don't know what. And then we've got this gigantic washer that goes at the bottom. So we got a bolt lock washer, gigantic washer. And then we're just gonna bring this up just like this. Gonna stick that down in there. And then try and hold all of this. And pick this bolt up. Alright, there's one. The big flat washer only has two holes in it that are offset. Don't know what they're for. They don't seem to capture anything on the bottom of this base. So I have no idea if it's just a manufacturing process or whatnot. And we're going to do the same thing on this side. Bolt, lock washer, big washer. Boom. I'm going to give you a little tip. The reason why these things are so small is because these are what they want you to use. They don't want you to go out and get your 10-inch 3/8 ratchet and your 6mm 3/8 drive socket and torque it down. You know, you use this, and when you're done, you're done. Okay. Did that. Secure the TV plate to the upper poles. Okay. Bolts and washers Z, D, and nuts Z, E. So we got D1 and E1. That is absolutely correct. Nobody likes extra pieces. D1, okay. The D1 section came with 4 bolts and 4 washers. The E1 section contains the nuts for the back side of these bolts. So for now, let's just put it right here. Now, just because I'm a little bit OCD, I'm gonna loosen these poles up from the bottom, and I'm gonna rotate them to where each adjusting knob is like right here, so I can reach in and grab it, as opposed to having it at that it's the wrong one. As opposed to having it at an angle like that. Okay. Do the same thing over here. There. That was not specified in the instructions at all. That's just my OCD. So we'll bring this up right there. Boom. Tighten that down. Tighten that down. Which I don't think we can tighten them yet, because I think our bracket bolts through these holes too, so they're going to need to be lined up straight. Okay, so we got our bolts and washers for our TV bracket for the top there. Bolts and washers are going through the front. And then it's capturing this part, I think. Going to make a sandwich. So it's the front bracket. The bolts are going to go through those poles into this back bracket, and then the nuts are going to go on the back. And it went it went together way quicker than I expected it to. That's not a bad thing. Okay, we're going right there and right there. So I'm going to drop 2 bolts into the top. Okay. So they protruded through the poles and out the back, and we're going to take this back bracket, and then I'm going to loosely install these 2 top nuts. And I'm going to take this back bracket back off because, again, my OCD has this warning label. I had it on upside down. I'm just going to flip it up like that. This warning label that's going to be facing the back of the wall that's out of sight, that very same warning label. Alright, and then these last 2 are going to go on the bottom. I left everything loose just to kind of help wiggle everything together. And then we'll tighten up all 4. Okay. Oh yeah, it came with a wrench to hold these things. Let's go ahead and grab this, Michael. Alright, 1. 2. 3. 4. Now, in theory, the reason I went with this particular one, and I'm going to have to turn this thing around because I've got my fall curve wrong. The longer end of the base here, that needs to be the front, and I've got the front here, so I'm going to have to take this thing that I just screwed on, I'm going to have to take this back off now. Actually, I changed my mind. We're going to take it off the bottom. That's only 2. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to do this and I'm not going to be able to get this lined back up. I'm going to have to take the top back off anyway. Okay. Flip that over. Shove that back in there. Shove this back down here. Just like that. Sort of. It wasn't very graceful. And again, what I'm going to do is just get both of them started, and then I'm going to tighten them both up, as opposed to tightening one completely. Okay, there's that. And there's that. Alright, there it is. And the theory is to be able to easily adjust it. We have these pins here. You know, these pins help hold it as you adjust it up and down. And then you tighten your clamps down. So between this type of vertical adjustment and the amount of holes that are provided on the brackets that bolt to the back of the television, I'm hoping that it'll give us plenty of adjustment to suit our needs, whatever that may be when we get to that point. But I need to get this display up and up against the wall, because that's kind of going to be our starting point. But that's done. So I think what I'll do now is we'll go ahead and get this TV off of this wooden stand, and I'm going to get it switched over here to this new one. But I am going to take a couple minute intermission to do that. So I'm going to do that real quick, and I will be right back with you all, maybe 5 minutes or so. Bring that down, swap the brackets over, get it back up there. So, alright, take a short intermission, and I'll be right back with you. Alright everyone, well thank you for your patience. Took a little bit longer than I thought it might, but I think I'm going to like this, and I think I'm going to like that a lot. The legs have a much narrower profile than the wooden stand does, and it's on wheels. Gosh, that makes that so nice. So, all I did was hang it. I'm going to spin it around, and I'll explain it after I spin it around. Yeah, that thing just rolled. It just rolled right around. It has these, so once you hang it, it has these screws that screw up, and they capture the bracket to keep it from, kind of, being able to come back off. But before I snug those up, the one thing I need to ensure is that our display is actually centered on that it's actually centered. So I'm going to do that. We'll check that, and I'm just going to eyeball it. And I'm essentially just going to use this center screw hole here, which I'm assuming is dead center of the display. And I'm just going to eyeball that right in the middle of the two. That'll work. And the reason why that's so important and everything is so symmetrical is that when I set up and I calibrate all of my displays, everything is based on the center line. So when I do all of my X-Plane camera settings for our live streams that we do, that viewpoint is directly from the center of the aircraft, directly from reference point 0 within X-Plane. So in order to provide that sense of immersion, we need to ensure that everything is symmetrical. So, and you might be thinking, well, the simulator's on wheels and your TV's on wheels, how are you going to ensure that every time you need to access the attic or whatever? And I thought about that, and I'll tell you my ingenious plan here momentarily. But I find myself needing to turn my posts again because somehow they got rotated, probably when we had to flip it around. So I'm going to loosen these back up. It's not going to fall. Okay? It's not going to fall. I'm just going to loosen that up enough to rotate this pole there. And then my knob is back to where I can access it. And this one did it too. There we go. And then we'll tighten this right side locking screw up. I guess it'll be the left if you're looking at the television. So, by doing that, that ensures that these brackets can no longer pivot up off of that stand there. And for now, I'm just going to snug these thumb knobs up just for now until I know, where we're going to put it. So, but again, the theory is to be able to and then move your pins over. Mind you, this is a bit heavier TV and I should probably be using two people to adjust it up and down, but that's the theory. You have these pins that go through, and then you have these knobs that tighten down, and I really like this a lot. think that'll do just fine. Alright. That's done. I'm going to wheel this thing out of the way, kind of back to where it was, up against the wall. I'm going to drag that old wooden one back out. We're going to get to disassembling that. And then he took my door panel off and he threw it over there. Beautiful. Look at all this extra hardware this thing came with. This is all to mount various different types of televisions. Can't tell you how many bags of these things that I have floating around. But I guarantee you, in 7 to 9 years, I might need one of these bolts. Let me just clean up a little bit of this trash here. It's the old TV bracket. Yep, added to the Folgers can, that's right. For now, we're just going to sit right there on the desk. Okay, what did I use here? I used lag bolts. So, what do I need? A 9/16 or a 5/8? I'm gonna go and venture to guess. This is probably 9/16. So let me go grab 9/16, the impact driver, and I'll be right back. Let's see, am I right? I am right. How about that? So, the first part I'm undoing, well, you can't see it, it's turned around, is the bracket that the original TV hung on. So that's held on by these 4 lag bolts. So I'm going to undo that and pull this off. And then we'll undo this 2x8 support. And then we'll undo these 2 2x6s, which are going to be repurposed as the left and right of the new subfloor. And then the bottom, this bottom part is going to be probably the new front of the subfloor, and I've got a new 2x6 we'll cut down for the rear of the subfloor. So, right, I'm just going to loosen all of these up with the wrench just a little bit, because I couldn't find the deep socket, and the impact driver is only going to hold this shallow socket. Okay. And just as I thought, probably gonna have to go and get a whacking utensil. Hammer of sorts. Do I have one in here? Probably not. I'll be right back. Typical claw hammer. Since I'm old and I like to repurpose a lot of things, especially so I don't have to buy them again knowing I'm going to have to reuse it, I'm going to put a nut back on, just slightly back on the bolt before I tap it out. That's just going to keep the threads from getting damaged. And then I'll be able to repurpose that. M. Stein, no doubt. I guarantee it has. You know, I built this thing probably 7 years ago now, 6 or 7. So, yeah, and so that's part of the reason why I want to reuse a lot of this lumber. It stayed indoors. Bear with me just a second here. Sorry, there's a family thing. Okay, so that's out of there. Whack this one out. And since we're just here chit-chatting, for all intents and purposes, my sister-in-law is pregnant currently. She had a tumble. Went to the hospital to get checked out. She's fine. Baby's fine. You know, but girlfriend's staying out for the night. Just wanted to make sure everything was alright. Okay. Wanted to make sure everything was alright. It's alright here. I guess I don't have a bedtime tonight. So, I guess that's one good thing. I don't want to say good thing. I'm just going to shut up now before I dig myself into a hole about my girlfriend not being here. Okay, all of our lag bolts are undone. Out of here. Might need a little bit more persuasion. Okay, the bracket is off. I'll be able to put that in the kids' room. I'll be able to reuse that. Okay, I got all those bolts off there, all those bolts off there. Loosen these up. Nuts are off, washers are off. Again, gonna have to tap these ones out. I'll tell you what's happened. Over the years, it's the weight has kind of decompressed the wood, so what was, you know, once a straight through hole is now it's kind of a, they kind of come down. Something like that. When I put this thing together originally, I ended up finding out that I needed another 1.5 inches of forward space on the front display, and I didn't have it on the stand. So I ended up having to put these extra 2x4s on there to give me that extra 1.5 inches. Okay, I don't need this piece of junk right now. I'm going to take this out there, get it out of our way, and I'll be right back. Probably should have grabbed a coffee can while I was out there for all of these lag bolts, nuts, and hardware. And these lag bolts, nuts, and hardware are going to be repurposed to hold the seats down to the subfloor. One of the biggest issues I had was the amount of brake pressure sometimes that was required. The pressure the amount of pressure I needed to exert was greater than the amount of resistance of the seat base. So when I would press hard on the brakes, my seat assembly would rock backward. So that's something that we're taking care of in this new build. Okay, we've got 6 more lag bolts total to get out. If I recall, I've got 3 screws on each side to hold those side legs onto the bottom part there. So yeah, we're just going to continue stripping that down till all we have left are these 3 2x6 studs. Again, same thing, they're all kind of stuck in there. just because it would be my luck. I'd bang this board out and it'd fall right back into the thing back there. In hindsight, I'm going to go and get a punch and punch these things out. Wintech, that would be an epic TikTok video. I would probably have to agree. There's one. There's two. Oh, I guess I put a couple of helper screws in there. Let's see, is that bit in here? T20. Okay, if my calculations that I remember are correct, this board should be exactly 8 feet tall. 5 feet tall. From an 8-foot board. And it is 5 foot tall. So, this is going to be either the left or the right side of our subfloor. On to the same with this side. I'm only loosening it up with the wrench because they're just a bit too deep for the socket to grab a hold of right now. If I had a deep socket handy, it wouldn't be an issue. And then there should be 2 more screws, I think, on this side back here. Okay. This board should also be 5 feet. And it is. So this will be the other side board for our subfloor. Our subfloor needs to be exactly 4 feet wide by 5 feet. Exactly 4 feet wide. Length is, I'm making it 5 feet. My plan is, this is all going to be modular. Well, it's my plan in my head. This first 5 feet, that 5 by 4, that's going to be our two-seater 172. And then my hope down the line is just to be able to build another modular section. That way when the time comes, if the time comes and the kids want to join, I can just slide that part in behind, our 4 by 5 subfloor, and then they can have it, be sitting behind us, whatever the case may be. That's something down the line. Right now, the focus is getting it back up in the more accurate configuration for using the two-seaters. The 4-seat, that's something down the line, but it's something I'm considering. Okay, so we got a left side, we got a right side. Let's go ahead and pull these off of here. Believe me when I say I'm gonna reuse these screws to put this back together too. I'm probably gonna have to grab a battery. So, if our subfloor width needs to be 5 feet by 4 feet, our left and right rails, walls, beams, joists, the left and right, they're 1.5 inches wide. So our cross boards, I guess the front, back, they would need to be 4 feet minus 1.5 inches minus 1.5 inches. So 3 feet 9 inches. Because when we account for our sides, that's 3 inches, so that should give me 4 feet total. Come on! I'll be back. Okay. I'm also going to repurpose these 2 boards, and you'll find out why if you stick around when we get to that point here in a bit. Okay, we got our 2 sides. I don't need to do anything with them as far as cutting and or measuring. Yeah, both of those will going to work out just fine. So let's measure this board here. This board is currently measuring 57 inches. Now what did I say I needed? 45 inches? Four feet is 48 inches. Inch and a half, inch and a half. That's 3, so 45 inches. Okay, this board needs to be cut at 45 inches. That way when I screw the left and right to it, it's gonna net a total of 48 inches. 3, 44, 45. So I'm gonna go out to the shop and I'm gonna rip this board 45 inches. I've got the other 2x6 out there that I'm gonna measure off 45 inches and rip that one. I'm gonna bring those two boards in here and we'll screw this base together. So give me just a couple minutes. Yeah, I can't really point the camera anywhere for you to watch, but it's not going to take me very long either. I'll be right back in. Alright, here's one. You go grab the other. "45 inches. Let's confirm both of these. Yeah, it's about right there. Okay, I'm going to clean up all these nuts and bolts that I have sprawled across the floor here real quick from where we took apart this stand. Excuse me. There it is, right over there. Sweet. Alright. So if my math is correct, I'm hoping that I bring this here and let me bring this here. Probably gonna have to move my chair here. Alright, let's see if I've got something that's going to be about 48 inches. If I measure that across, once I find out what I did with the tape measure. Inches. Alright, so 45 inches was the magic number for those inner boards. So we'll go ahead and get this top part screwed together, and then we'll do the bottom board, and then I'll bring in one of the floor boards. We'll set it down in place and mark it and see where our first cross beam's gonna have to go in place. So. For now, I'm just going to run one screw into each board just to kind of hold it in place. Well, that certainly isn't square. I'm going to try this a different way. Let me go grab my square. In fact, I'm just going to make a new hole. Well, that didn't take like I wanted to either. Alright. I don't have a big enough clamp here to hold this like I wanted to. So, I'm just going to have to kind of improvise. Okay, and what do we need? We need the other side. Okay, let's double check our measurement. Make sure we're still 48 inches across. And we are. Then we'll put our backboard in. Alright, one more corner. And I am only doing one in each corner until I get it all together. And then I'll go through and put another one in each corner. I'm not too concerned about going overboard there, because between the casters on the bottom and the floor on the top, it is going to keep everything square and, you know, sandwiched together there. Alright, let's double check for 48 inches. And we're there. So this is essentially the very beginning is the new frame of our subfloor for the 172. Alright, now that that's all together, I'm going to go around and run a second screw inside each corner. There's a knot there. Sometimes a knot will split a piece of wood. Okay, two. A little bit. Just a little bit of that square there. Alright, Treddy001, welcome, thank you for the follow. My name is Michael. Normally we'd be flying, but we're rebuilding. So we've got now our frame screwed in. We've just got the 2 screws in each corner. That's all we need, that's all I want. I'm gonna rotate it back down over, and I'm gonna put the bottom part up so that we can screw the casters on. Not that there really is a bottom part, per se. I guess it doesn't really even matter which side's prettier, because it's going to get covered up. Okay. That board has more holes in it. So we'll put the pretty side out that way. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Let me go grab the casters and the drill and the bolts to install the casters. I like to pre-drill for the lag bolts just so it doesn't split the wood as easy. So, alright, let me go grab that stuff. I'll be right back. Alright. I picked up 2 fixed casters and 2 swiveling casters. The fixed casters are going to go on the front, closest to the front display, and the swiveling casters are going to go on the back. And I'll tell you the reasoning why after we get these on and show you what the ultimate plan is. Okay, so this one's gonna go right about here. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is problem I'm running into. I don't want to say it's a problem. I shouldn't be concerned about it. It'll still hold the load. But, you know, where our corner is, we've got 3 points of contact. So I'm going to these two boards that were the original legs for our TV stand. I'm just going to slice these right in the middle, and we'll screw those into the corners, and we're essentially going to give our caster some more support. I'll be right back. Let me go rip these in half. I'm gonna take about a 5-minute. Let me see. It's to be that long. I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab another beverage and use the restroom and make yourselves at home. And I'll be right back. like when I misplaced it. Okay, got a caster. So what I want to do is I want to screw the casters into the existing frame, and then we'll put our corner sister boards in. Let's do it like that. I have impact driver drill bits, so we're just going to use the impact driver for both jobs. I always try to tell my son always use the right tool for the job, but in this case we are using the correct bit for the tool to get the job done. Okay. What I'm doing, there's holes in the caster, and I'm lining the holes up with the middle of the board. That way our lag bolts, they don't poke through the edge or whatever. Figures I would hit that screw. Side screws was too high and it was impacting, or our drill bit was hitting the screw and it wasn't allowing it to go all the way down in there. Okay, there's that. Let's find our driver attachment that we put somewhere. Okay, there's the 13. Due to the nature of the design of this caster, we have to kind of extend our bit a bit to get past the wheel, because we want to get on there straight. So if our impact driver was, if we didn't have that extension on there, we wouldn't be able to get on there like we should. You don't want to go too tight. You'll pull all the wood out, especially with lag bolts. So if you got to do it by hand so you can get that feel, nothing wrong with that. Okay, there's that one. So that's a fixed. So now we need a swivel back here. And again, we're kind of doing the same thing. We are going to be putting, we want the hole in the caster to essentially be in the middle of our frame. You know, because if we were to square the caster up with the edge, that puts those lag bolts really close to, you know, the edge of our wood, which, I mean, I don't know. Just, to me, I'd rather have, you know, an equal amount of wood around it. Gives it more to grab on. At least that's, in my mind, it makes sense. There may be a carpenter reason that, you know, it really doesn't matter. I don't know. But in my mind, it makes sense. So I marked our 3 holes. Gonna drill those. Bet there's another screw right there, huh? Okay. I did opt to get casters with brakes on it as well. The ones that swivel, you can get a little bit closer because you can pivot the wheel out of the way. I guess you don't really need the extension. Okay. I guess I may as well do this while I'm here now, huh? The way I'm doing these inner boards, these corner board things, don't know if it matters, but I'm gonna run my lag bolt into the corner board first and draw it up to the caster. And then I'm gonna screw it into the side of my frame. The reason why I wanted to draw it up to my caster first is simply so that I can ensure it's flush, and so that we wasn't bending the caster bracket down to the board there. Okay, so going to run one in right here. And then 2 in on the inside. closer to the front. There, and then there's one caster there. So we'll go back up here, we'll put this corner one in. Same deal, I'm just putting one in from the front that goes into the end of this corner, or fourth board, corner support board, whatever you want to call it. And then I'm just running two in, closer to the front edge. There's one side of casters completely done. With the exception of this bolt here that I missed. So, swivel, fixed. And we'll do the same thing on this other side. Swivel. Same deal, center of the board. Mark, mark, mark. Okay. Alright, there's our three. Do the same deal here. We're going to put this corner board in. Wintech, I'll explain that in just a minute. The reason why the casters, it is going to have to be mobile in order for me to access the attic, which is almost directly above the TV. So, we'll, there's the attic. And I kind of knew that I'd be running into this, or needing to do this. but that's why we're it's gonna be mobile. Okay. We're gonna refocus. Might catch back up, maybe. Our camera focus is being weird. There it is. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So again, I want to pull this board up to the caster first and then screw it into the frame. So we're going to mark it. Okay. And then same deal on this corner. There's going to go one in from the front and then two in on the inside to screw it to the frame. Okay, there's three, should have one more, right? Here's that last wheel. Oh no, I lost my wheel. What do I do with that thing? 1, 2, 3. I wonder if it fell out in the car. No, I swear I brought them all in here. Let me go check the car. Guess what? It was in the car. Okay. Last one. Oh man. The board is nowhere near square like I thought it was. I have to undo that. this is one exception where I'm going to have to unscrew this corner, mount the caster, you draw the corner up and then screw it back in. There might be a little bit of warpage or something with this one corner because it didn't come together evenly. So, no big deal. Get the drill bit. Mark this. Okay. Alright, that'll work. By screwing each corner to the caster, that's squaring it all up, and then I'll screw the corner boards together to themselves. That's not the bit. One, two, three. Alright. One more corner, and then we can flip her over. Two more screws, and this corner will be done. Alright, that's that. aside for now. Actually, let's go ahead and flip it over. Beautiful. That's kind of what I was hoping for. I was hoping that our subframe would be able to roll right over our TV stand, and it does. So. That'll work out. I'm gonna go grab a wood clamp. I want to redo a couple of these real quick. Some of these corner pieces did not draw in completely flush to the sides like I was hoping, so I'm gonna have to persuade it just a little bit. I'm going to put a couple more screws in each corner just for good measure. That'll work better. How's this one looking? This one needs some help too. Let me see what I'm doing here. We're getting there. Wintech, there is going to be actually 2 center supports. Our floor pan is going to be comprised of 3 sections of 2 by 4. So the back section I'll have to rip down to a 1 by 4 feet by 1. But yeah, for each floor part that goes across, there's going to be a center beam that goes across as well. That's good there. That's probably good there. Okay. Let me go grab the first floorboard. We'll set it down on here. Then we'll mark where our first cross beam needs to go. I decided on using just some particle board. I think that's what they call this stuff. It's 3/4 inch. Man, damn near killed myself tripping over my screwdriver that I left there. Yeah. Could possibly do something like that. The other reason I kind of wanted to elevate it is because eventually if I do go XYZ axis motion, it'll be a little bit easier. But I've got I picked up a quantity of 3 2 feet by 4 feet particle board handy panels. I could have bought a 4 feet by 8 feet sheet, but they're heavy. They don't always fit in my vehicle well, so these handy panels will do just fine. 3/4 inch is going to be plenty thick enough for us to run nuts and bolts down through to bolt our seats to when that time comes. It's going to be thick enough for us to screw the rudder pedals down on. So, and that's going to complete our plan. Once we get our floor boards on this evening and the cross beams, we'll get the carpet on. We're going to do the floor and the cross beams. Then we're going to get the rudder pedals on and then put the carpet on. And then we're probably going to call it a night. So, but I'm going to bring this board all the way up to the front edge. And then we recall that our cross boards needed to be 45 inches because with the 1.5-inch side boards, that gives us a total of 48 inches across. So let me mark this here. And then go rip a board that's 45 inches across. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work out beautifully. Okay, let me go rip a 45-inch board. I'll be right back in. Suppose I ought to get my tape measure. ahead and did both cross beams because I knew I would need to. The 2x4 one I'm going to use for the front. That's essentially where our feet are going to be. It doesn't need to be terribly thick to support that way. Duffy Fluffy, hello. I am rebuilding Felicity. I guess she's going to be rebuilt new. Had to relocate her, so I had to dismantle her. We're in the new hangar. And yeah, working on building it back up. So the 2x4 is going to be the cross beam for our feet, and then this other 2x6 is going to be the cross beam for our seats. If that makes sense. And this is already marked. Just go ahead and put the brakes on this thing so it stops rolling. That's a 75-inch. That's our primary front display. Got to go out to the garage and get the longer screws. Alright, let's get this first beam in. Yeah, it's gonna be a big project. I'm fortunate that, you know, a lot of the stuff is already done. This is sort of the hub of my simulator. Everything is gonna be, imagine my instrument, my panel here as my reference point. Everything is built around this thing because this thing was a pain in the butt. I don't want to have to redo this to accommodate something else, but to give you kind of a rare view, on the back side you have all these encoders and potentiometers and lots of little wires soldered. So everything essentially, you know, as far as our panel goes, gets built around, you know, it's going to be centered and focused around that. So, okay, let's go ahead and grab my square. We'll get this cross beam on. We'll get our first floorboard screwed down. We'll bring the second one in and mark it. just ran two onto the side of that crossboard. I'm gonna have to stand this thing up on its side so I can put some weight on it to bring this board in. Duffy Fluffy, I hope to be flying again. What is it, by the 19th? I hope to be flying again by Valentine's Day. I certainly hope to be flying again by March the 2nd. March the 2nd is my 5-year anniversary. I'm taking my girlfriend up in this plane here. Gonna propose. At least that's the plan. Okay. Where's my 3-inch screws at? There they are. I did some custom scenery for my proposal. Hopefully she'll like it. Yeah, it's about time. Brought that together pretty good. Put our next one in. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad someone else thinks it might be sweet. And then, okay. I'm not going to screw it down yet. I'm just going to kind of set it up here. I'll go grab the other one, get it set up here, get it marked. mark it. And we'll mark it. Wintech, I feel ya. 2 months, it's a long time. For me, it's a long time to not fly. I'm already kind of missing it. Okay, that looks good there. That looks good there. Alright, so while this is squared up, I'm going to go ahead and put a couple of screws in the front board just to kind of keep it in place. Okay, our first board is temporarily screwed down. Well, it's screwed down. I've only got one in each corner for now. That's sufficient until we're for sure. This is where everything's gonna be. Okay. Let's take this off. And then we need to put that other board in between here. The 2x6 again back here because this is where we're going to be sitting. Theory is, or my theory is, it's going to hold a bit more weight. Here's the long ones. I lost my square. Never mind. Alright, crossboards are on. Center support beams, whatever you might want to call them. Alright, that feels good. I'm going to run a couple in each corner of this one, and then we'll bring the rear one in. We'll set it on there. Then I'm going to have to scribe a line underneath to know where to trim the excess off of the back of that one. We don't look square. Let me just check something here. We're not square. So I'm going to pull there's got to be a crooked board that's giving me the perception that, or giving me the illusion that something's off here. We're just going to double check some things. "60 inches, 5 feet. Inches, 5 feet. So let me do this. Yeah, I think I put that board on crooked. Well, it's not going to be perfect. It's alright. I'm more concerned about a perfect floor, 4x5 floor, than I am about a perfectly square platform. Totally 78, hello. Thank you. I wasn't sure if something like this would be of interest to anybody. I asked a couple people if they would be interested in watching something like this, so I'm glad it's taking some interest. So. Okay. There. There. Yeah, so. So what happens if we just square these up on the boards like I had them? Yeah, that whole thing's going in. It's okay. I'm just gonna square it up like I had it. It'll be fine. Yeah, now that's about where I'm at with it. Let's just call it, you know, a trim tab. It's just annoying because I don't know why the thing is not square. Okay. I do with. we're gonna square up with this right side. That seems to be the more even side, and then whatever sort of funkiness is gonna happen over there on the left side. I'm going to do that just because I am curious. We'll go corner to corner. So we're roughly 76. Roughly 77.5. So something squished somewhere is fine. Okay, 2 on each side per board. For now, get the center beams screwed in there. Alright, let me go grab this last floorboard. I'm going to lay it across the back. I'm going to scribe a line underneath of it to know where to rip it at. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to screw it down just with a couple of screws so that it stays in place while I go underneath there and scribe the line. Alright, that'll hold that. Get my marker here. Alright. I got a line scribed on this last floorboard. I'm gonna go and rip this down with a circular saw out there in the shop, and then I'll bring it back in and we'll fasten her down. And then we will move along with the mounting of the rudder pedals. Tell you what, I'm going to take a couple minutes and go get another beverage, and then I'm going to rip that board. That I need to go and grab the saw and give me about 5 minutes to go and change the saw over and rip this board down and all that fun stuff. Alright, got the saw set up. Let me go rip this board down. And I'll be right back in. Okay, hopefully this board fits on the back of this thing. No overhang. Now we're good. 2 more screws. I think our floor will be secure. Let's see, we'll run one along the back. Over here. Okay. Our subfloor, for all intents and purposes, is complete. Let's talk about these rudder pedals. I'm going to show you, these are Virtual Fly Rudder Plus. These are what I use on the left and the right seat. The caveat, I want to say it's a caveat, the issue, and we'll be able to circumvent it without a problem, but the distance between the left and right pedals on the Virtual Fly units, well, and pretty much just about every, rudder pedal, computer rudder pedal manufacturer, there's a lot of distance there in between the left and the right pedals, whereas if we look at, let me pull this up here, let's find a good one. Okay, we'll use that one there. So we look here at the 172 rudder pedals, we can see that the distance between the left and the right, oh, that looks funky. Hold on, let me fix this. Alright, so we can see that the gap there between the left and the right is a lot narrower than it is on the Virtual Fly pedals. So when I measured the distance on the aircraft, I came up with a total distance of 31 inches between the left edge of the left pedal for the left side, the pilot seat, and the right edge of the right pedal for the right side, the co-pilot seat. So, you know, figure two of these together. Let's just do it here. I'll set him here. I came up with a total of 31 inches. Problem is, to get that 31 inches, I mean that's essentially it, and that's not gonna work because we have a pedestal that's kind of right there in the middle, the left and right, you know, rudder pedal there. So we're gonna combat that by, you know, we can no longer use that outside measurement. We're gonna have no choice but to go from the inside. So I know that our pedestal is gonna be 6 inches wide. So we need, what we're gonna need is at least a 6-inch wide gap between the left pedal of our right side rudder and the right pedal of our left side rudder. So, in order to get a 6-inch gap, ideally I think I want to do about a 6.5 inch. That's going to give a little bit of wiggle room, you know, between your leg and the pedestal. You know, if you look in the real plane, the pedal's almost right there in line with the edge of the pedestal. So, if we were to go 6.25 inches, well, let's go 6.5. So that's about 6.5 inches in between the left and the right. So we'll be able to we'll be able to work with that. I think that'll work just fine because there's still gonna be plenty of room in the floor pan, you know, to bring this pedal out closer to the wall and to bring this pedal out closer to the wall. So that's 37.75. Okay, let's go ahead and get these things mounted. Obviously, they're going to go up here towards the front. And I want to ensure that my rudder pedals, you know, I need to ensure that they're centered on our floor. We need to ensure that our 6.5 inch, you know, gap here runs right down the center line of, you know, of our plane here. So we can do this a couple ways. Let's confirm that we're exactly 48 inches, and we are. Okay. A 6.5 inch gap between on the inside of each of the pedals there gives me a total width of 37.5 inches between the most outer edge of the base of the right pedal set and the outer edge of the base of the left pedal set. Double check that. 37.5, 6.5. Okay. What's that give us here? Okay. So the outside width of the pedals is 37 inches, which is still narrower than our gauge panel total width. So this will be fine. Despite the fact that they're wider here, we're still going to be within our margin of specifications, for the measurements of the plane. So we have 37.5. Total distance needs to be in the center of 48 inches. So that gives us a difference of 10.5 inches. Right? So if we split the difference of that, that's going to be 5.25 inches. So theoretically, if I bring each edge 5.25 inches in from the edge of our platform, that should give us 6.5 inches between the edge of between our pedals. So 5.25. Right there. And 5.25. Gonna be like right there. So then theoretically, actually, I'm going to go get a jig. I'm going to go get something to make a jig. And I'm going to screw it down square to the front of our platform, and then I'll be able to push the pedals up against that jig, and then that'll ensure that they're in fact square as well. mark there. So I'm going to mark there. So we should have 6.5 inches. We have 6 1/4. What did I do wrong here? 37.5. So it should be 5 1/4. Probably just got this little. Oh boy. Six and a half. Five and a quarter. Five and a quarter. Okay. Square along the back. That'll work. 6.5. Alright, let's screw them down. What do I want to use for these? Those are too small. I bought some. I guess I already brought the screws in here. Here they are. I'm just using panhead Phillips 3/4 inch. I'm not going to go all the way through the floor. Might be a little close. Phillips. And if there's a hole, it's probably going to get a screw. think them's going anywhere. Yes, its room is just off of my garage. Felicity was in the back bedroom of the house before. And my kids are at the point where I want them to have their own room now. So it was in the totally other end of the house. And you know, obviously it was assembled there in the room, so it had to be disassembled. So, yeah. We got the one side in, we'll go in both the other side, and then we'll sweep off this platform and then go grab the carpet and get the carpet on. And then we're probably going to call it a day. Two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, I'm excited too, and I'm more excited now that I have all of the dimensions off the plane. We're gonna rebuild this to those, you know. That way, when I'm sitting in there, everything's going to just feel a bit more natural. I tried to have everything where it should be in the older model, but it was scaled out just a bit larger. So while everything looked like in place, you know, when you go to reach for things, it didn't feel quite right. Especially flying from the right seat. I couldn't even get to the mag switch without, you know, leaning all the way over. So hopefully with the new dimensions and everything, you know, it'll look a lot better and feel a lot better when it's all said and done. So I'm excited to see how it comes along. So I will say that for these seats, we're not going to be using the Mazda 6 seats anymore. We're going to be using some boat seats. The dimensions are a lot more like the actual seat. The seat in the plane is 16 inches by 16 inches for the actual seat cushion. You know, 16-inch square, and then the seat back is 16 by 20. And these boat seats that I'm getting off Amazon are fitting those exact dimensions. So it'll be a fun rebuild. You know, but I don't want it to take forever either. Totally 78, you said it. Absolutely. It's quite vexing. I enjoy the construction process, I really do. You know, but I also miss the flying. So let me broom off the top of this thing, get these wood chips off, and then I'll run and go grab the carpet. I'm just going to go around to all the screws and make sure they're countersunk down in there, or at least not sticking up. Wintech, thanks for coming in, my friend. Always a pleasure chit-chatting and hanging out with you. We'll see you around the flying club, hopefully at some point. But, yeah, have a great night. I don't know if our next phase is going to be tomorrow or Sunday. If not, it'll be Monday. So, next phase will probably be starting on the panel base. So, alright, let me run and grab the carpet and we'll throw that on. Okay. It's the same piece of carpet that I was using previously. And right now, I think what I'm going to do is, before I had the pedals just on top of the carpet, but to give it a cleaner look, I think I'm going to notch the carpet and we'll wrap that around the pedals. And that ought to make it look a bit decenter. So, I'm gonna grab my tape measure again. What did I do with it? Probably left it out here. Good question, Michael. What did you do with the tape measure? Oh, there it is, under this bag. The rudder pedals have like this riser kind of above the base, below the pedals. It's 5 inches by 4 inches. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to slice, just make a slice down the seam, and then I'm gonna cut out the square that's 5 by 4. So essentially I'm gonna be able to kind of wrap those around, you know, that pedestal of those rudder pedals. And then, you know, it'll come back together at that seam. I mean, it's going to be a split, but it's at the very front behind the pedals. You won't really be able to, you know, recognize it. I think that's what we'll do. Let me grab my knife here. Okay, so it's gonna be about in the middle there, and then that's gonna be about in the middle there, and then we need to come in how far? About 8 inches probably. Grab my T-square again, whatever I did with it. Okay. And then this was 5 inches. we're getting somewhere. Something like that. And then I should be able to just pull this up and wrap it around there. So that was about 10 inches. Do here 3 inches, 3.5 inches. Now we might have to trim some of this, but I'm hoping that I got it close enough that it'll be alright. And I should be able to just bring this up kind of like so. Beautiful. Don't think they're gonna go anywhere. Okay. That out of the way. Bring this back. That's essentially gonna have to do a little bit more trimming on that carpet, but I think that'll work out just fine. Yeah. I'm tired. Think I'm gonna call it a night. So I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out a bit this evening. I say a bit. It's been a few hours now, I think. Yeah, it'll be fun. So this was just, you know, part one. You know, I'm gonna bring you along as much as throughout as many of the steps as I can. And if there's things that I can't, then you know, I'll just explain them during some of the streams. But I think tonight we got a lot done. Got the TV switched over onto the new stand. We've got our frame built, our subfloor. We've got the rudder pedals mounted, and we've got the carpet laid. I think that made for a good first part of the rebuild. Next step is going to be likely the panel. I should be able to this was my base. This was, I guess, the shelf is what I want to call it. So that's what my yokes and stuff were sitting on behind the panel. I should be able to reuse that and just cut it down to the narrower panel width. So I think I've got all the material here to be able to start doing the new panel. So it may be tomorrow, it may be Sunday. I'm not sure entirely just yet, but yeah. And I think we'll have plenty of room too. I was a little bit concerned about the overall footprint, but I think we're gonna have. It's still a tight fit. I mean, it's still only a 12 by 14 room. You know, I got a 5 by 4 simulator and then a 6 by 3 desk, and it just starts to add up. The instructor station came together nicely. You can kind of see it back here. So, you know, when someone's in the simulator, you know, someone can be sitting at the instructor station. And that's the whole goal. That is the ultimate end goal, is to have this thing certified as an ATD. Smitty Papa, welcome in. We're just winding things down, but we did get a lot accomplished today. Got the new subfloor built. Got the rudder pedals installed, and got the front display stand built. Yeah, it came up. We got a lot done tonight. So I'm not sure when the next one will be, tomorrow or Sunday, but we're gonna start on our panel. And I think that's the plan. So it's late. I do want to thank you all for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, John, I built a whole new hangar for my simulator. Had to tear it down, relocate it, and we are rebuilding it stronger, better, and more true to scale. So step one today, we did the subfloor, we got the flooring down, we got the rudder pedals installed, and we got the carpet down, and the front display mounted on its new stand. So yeah, it's a pretty productive night, I think. So that's it for me. Again, I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out. It's definitely my pleasure. I can't even say flying with you this evening, but hanging out and building our new aircraft. So let's see, my mobile phone is dead. Let me jump on the Twitch website, see who we can raid. Of course. Oh man. How can I authenticate myself with a dead phone? Well, that sucks. Do I have an authenticator thing here on this other iPad? Bear with me. Let me download my Google Authenticator onto my iPad so that I can log into Twitch on my computer so I can find out who we got streaming so we can go and hang out with for a little bit. Alright, there they are. There it is. Okay. I tell you what. Let's go raid. Flyboy, hello. Yep, we just finished things up. But a quick recap. We got our floor belt, our subfloor, and the rudder pedals installed, and carpet laid down, and the front display moved over to its new stand cart thing. So, close that. So yeah, sorry you did miss it, but pleasure to say hi to you just the same. This was only part one. Next part we're going to be working on the panel, getting the panel, well, not necessarily gauge panel I guess, but more so the yokes shelf. If we have time we'll do the gauge panel, but the next process is going to be getting the shelf up to hold the yokes, because the panel bolts to that shelf. So, okay. Let's see, who did I find that we can go and say hi to? Let's go raid Sim Caesar. He's doing something in a train simulator. Then I'm kind of curious what a train simulator is. So let's go raid Sim Caesar. And you all take care. Have yourself a wonderful night. And we will see you next time. Possibly tomorrow, possibly Sunday, for part 2 of our 172 rebuild. So have a great night, everyone. Take care. And we'll see you later.
Hey, we're getting a raid from November 8033 Foxtrot. Welcome on in. We're doing Japanese train sims, which I've been doing on Friday nights, late at night. Look at this. This is one of those super high-speed Shinkansens right there. The 300-kilometer-an-hour versions. And this one is really good. I've been doing Japanese train sim late on Friday nights because, well, just because. I don't have a particular reason. It just... Oh, no, I'm going to blow. I did it again. Okay, another bad stop. Okay, that's 2 bad ones in a row. Yeah, 33 Fox, it's, it's actually, It's a video, and so it's synced up with the video, and then they superimpose the cab graphics on top of it, and you control the train, how fast it's going, and the object is to stop on time at the perfect, perfect spot at each train station. Everybody's taking pictures of me. They all want a face reveal. Okay, now we're headed to Ueno. There goes another Shinkansen. This one's coming from the north. But this is one of those slower speed Shinkansens. Center Gravity, do you know what these blinking blue lights are between Tokyo and Ueno? There's like a million blinking blue lights between Tokyo and Ueno. So here's another one. And they're only between Tokyo and Ueno. I don't see them anywhere else. There's another one. There's two more over here. They're all over the place. I think I would have seen him, maybe. I think I would have seen him more, They're only in this one section of track. Man, you're just surrounded. This is such a busy corridor. You're just surrounded by other trains. This is so cool. This was easier when I wasn't streaming. See, look at all these blue lights coming in here. Like, what do these all mean? Why are there so many of them? See, look at now. They're just like, they're everywhere. The third rail?